Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's having a great day today. Here we go. Get the game going here. But I just wanted to make a short announcement. You know how I've been like playing certain games on certain days and whatever. Well, I'm probably not going to do that anymore. I'm just going to play whatever game I feel most like playing that particular day. Now, my schedule is still going to stay the same as far as um, I'll still be streaming Monday through Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but the game will vary instead of being like a set schedule. So, uh, other than that, uh, yeah, like I say, everything's going to stay the same as far as days and time wise. So Monday through Thursday at 1 p.m. But yeah, the game will just be whatever I feel most like playing that day. And it's kind of a little bit for, to help me with the stress that I was dealing with. And part of it is hopefully, uh, shit, I forgot about that. Uh, just make it a bit more fun, maybe help me to make better content, you know. Uh, Sorry, my brain ain't quite turned on yet because it was like 5 o'clock this morning before I could get to sleep. I don't know why the hell I couldn't sleep last night, but uh, and I'm not going to be playing today on the normal save that I had been playing on. This is one of the ones I play on offline sometimes, and I was playing on it a little bit uh, last night when I couldn't sleep. It's kind of funny. I was sitting here, couldn't sleep, playing this, listening to Rammstein, and I was just kind of thinking to myself, what the hell is my life gotten to? Oh, I forgot. Let me fix this. There it is. Find it on the list there. I'm not really a big fan of some of the changes they've made to OBS, but yeah, it is what it is. But now, I hadn't been started very long on this one. But this is No Man's Land map. Of course, this is the house that it starts you with. But I got the old Chevy Apache pickup truck, old Massey Ferguson. Got little trailers. And there's that's the silo it starts you with. This is the shop it starts you with. I added this water bib. Excuse me. Uh, the old timey looking gas pump. And this is it's a mod. It's a hay and straw barn. And then I got loading wagon, that part of the game. I got a sheep pen here. And of course, you start off with just this one field. And you start off with this shed, and I got Massey Ferguson harvester, the old Chevy truck. I got this little windmill here. It's a generator, so it uh, generates a little bit of money every day. And this is the only lot I own is 26 as of right now. Like I say, I just got started on it. And then over here, I've got Massey Ferguson mowing machine and the header for it. I haven't cut this. I want to cut this tree down eventually, but it's technically on land I don't own, so I could probably still cut it down, but I don't have a stump grinder yet, so because the next bit of kit that I was going to get is a skid steer, because I've got a, which I mean I've got the money to do it right now. Where is it? So we got this mod here, this old Massey Ferguson. And I'm going to get that. So it says I'm going to leave all that. But I did want to put a sunshade on it. So that adds $500. And also change color. Change it to the Massey Ferguson red. Damn, that adds $2,000 just for that. And that adds another $300. Damn, that's a hell of a lot of money just for a paint job. Yes, anyway, right now, need to harvest. This is planted soybeans. I figured that's probably going to be one of the better cash crops. It tends to be, so need to start harvesting it. Wait a minute, do I need to feed the sheep? No, I think they're okay. Yeah, I mean, they could use topping off, but they're fine for now, so. Lined up here. Pardon me, I had to cough. Unfold. And we'll just get to it. Wait a minute. Well, yeah, I'll leave the straw swath on because I got the straw barn and the loading wagon, so well, it's chopping it up anyway. Oh, that's right, this soybean. Don't do straw anyway. Duh. Like I say, I ain't been up long, so the brain ain't got up to speed yet. Since I ain't worried about laying down nice swaths of straw that I can pick up, I can just do the circle tracking method I tend to do sometimes. There's a mod I thought I had, but apparently I don't because I was looking for it last night. But there's a kind of a small wood chipper I thought about maybe getting. But I would have to go back and add the actual mod. All the grass is regrown for the most part. Hadn't even noticed that. Because in order to feed the sheep, I mowed a lot of this grass right through here. You can see there's still some bare spots where there was bushes and things like that. You know, at one point in time, I thought about trying to grow sesame to be able to harvest the seeds, make my own sesame oil. Because I think it'll grow where I live. But I never got around to it, of course. A lot of things that I've wanted to plant and stuff, but I just either don't have the time or the money to invest in it. Sometimes it's just that I don't have the energy. As I tell you, tree saplings, particularly ones that provide fruit and nuts, they can be pretty damn expensive. Yeah, this ain't even gonna be a full hopper load. And I did fertilize it. I gave it 2 doses of fertilizer. So it was the metrics is good on, which I've got a beehive over there in front of that rock too, which is supposed to help. Of course, that is a modded beehive, so I don't know. Maybe it helps, maybe it don't. And actually, I don't think that one even has a place to produce honey either. I think you have to get a separate spawn point to set down for it. Because I think long ago, when I first played Farming Simulator on stream and was playing on I can't think of the name of it right now, but the American map. And I started on the first farm, which was up in the top right corner of the map. I had that same, I think it was that same beehive. And I believe I had to set down a spawn point for it. So if I think of it, I need to do that at some point. And I've got like the seasonal growth and weeds and stones and all that, you know, periodic plant. I got about all that stuff turned off. I think on the saves that I had just for stream, I think I left most of that stuff on, but I think I might have turned stone off. I don't remember. It's kind of a weird angle for the pipe. There we go. This means I got to get close with the truck. Now I could put this in the silo and wait till I got a full load, but I kind of want to go ahead and get that skid steer so I can use it to load up the pallets of wool that the sheep are producing. So even though it's only 2,921 liters, I'm gonna go ahead and move. This truck gets a little squirrely sometimes. But I'm just gonna go ahead and sell it because, like I say, I've already got enough money to buy the skid steer itself. Which ain't no wonder it's squirrely. I'm doing highway speeds on dirt road. They usually don't turn out well. I know because I used to do it when I was young. And yeah, we'll just leave it at that. She used to bypassing that to pick up equipment. So let's see how much I get out of this. 4,647. So that ain't too bad. Almost just shy of $2 per liter, I guess. I guess it would be a little bit more than just hair shy. So probably more like $1.50 or so a liter. Still not bad money. Let's see, I probably had a few $100s invested in seed and fertilizer. I didn't exactly keep track of it. I know there is people that get really into it and they'll have like a notebook or something like that and they'll keep track of every dime they spend and all this. Uh, where's the button for that? Let's see, there's that. Some kind of advertising bot. Those things are annoying and they're everywhere. Let me see here right quick if I wonder which, maybe under tools, maybe might be under factory stuff as well. What the hell is a toolbox? I guess that came in a package with one of the tractors or something that I got. Alright, so it's not under tools. Not production. Maybe it's under production. Selling points maybe? Let's see. Yarn pack. Firewood. Oh, that's kind of neat looking. Well, it ain't under that, so let's look under factories. Factory. As you can probably tell, I'm damn sure not a morning person because I only woke up like 45 minutes before starting stream. I meant to get up earlier so I'd have a little bit of time before stream to like eat, do a few things like I normally do. 'Cause I have a little bit of a morning routine usually before I stream. And so the alarm went off. Woke up, rolled over, turned the alarm off, and almost immediately fell back asleep. None of those are yet. Oh, damn it. Probably not going to be under greenhouses. Wonder if it could be under animals. Under the beast. Oh, hell yeah. Here it is. Beehive honey pallet location. Location where honey generated by beehives is placed as pallets. Yell fire in the morning. And it's only a couple $100. So we'll go ahead and get that. And we'll put it right next to the beehive there. Alright. Now, skid steer. And I guess the main thing I'm going to need is a pallet jack for it. Or pallet forks, I should say. So sunshade, and I'm not spending that much money on a damn paint job to make it red and gray like the tractors, so we'll leave it yeller. No license plate. Need a license plate. You don't need a license plate, no. Ain't like you're driving it into town for a latte or some bullshit. Of course, I know in some countries you do have to have plates on stuff, but yeah, in here, skid steer. Here we go, skid steer. Let's see, that one's 800. I'm just gonna get whichever is the cheapest, I reckon. As long as it did the job, I don't really give a shit. Oh, actually, I think I might get this thing instead. Because this is the bag handler, and you just put it over top of something, hit the button, and it straps it up. So it's good for lifting and move. Well, then again, this thing don't have a very high lift, I don't think. Yeah. I'm still leaning towards that though. Of course, here's the actual forks for the machine. They're a little more expensive. And let's go with these. There's that little flathead motor on there. And now it looks factory. It's going to be a bit of a long drive at 11 mile an hour. And they ain't much to look at. Just green fields and trees. Of course, I do like looking at green fields and trees. Although personally, I prefer a little bit more variety of tree. But this is all pine or spruce or whatever they are. So I think in the description it says this is like some kind of fictional place in Europe somewhere. Sorry if you hear me nibbling a little bit now and then, since I didn't have time to fix and eat a proper breakfast before stream. I just rinsed off some grapes, nibbling on them. Which reminds me, I need to check on my grapes. I don't know if I'm gonna have any good ones or not, because I've got my grapevine has a fungal infection. I guess I'm gonna have to get some fungicide to put on. Of course, I'm planning on redoing the arbor and everything anyway, because right now I've got a arbor built where it's up on 4 posts, and then I've got a square frame on top with just some like goat or sheep fencing on it, and it's just growing up and over that. But I want to take that down and put up like the style where it's just some posts with 2 wires like you see in wineries and things like that. I was going to switch it to that kind because the one I got's kind of leaning. I mean, I could fix it to keep it from leaning, but I feel like the other way I might get more grapes out of it. But they don't know. But they're Concord grapes, because originally I planted a couple different grapevines, but only one of them, the Concord, survived. I think the other one might have been red seedless, because I really like red seedless grapes, snacking on them. Alright, so this will be mainly for grabbing these pallets. And I happen to think after I place this thing where I did, it's going to be a bitch getting in here to get these pallets because of that rock. Now I can get rid of the rocks. There's on this map up next to the shop, there's 2 signs. And in front of the shop, there's 2 signs kind of down in the weeds there in front of it. And they're on wooden posts, and if you cut them down, it changes the map. One of them is to get rid of all the rocks, and one of them is to get rid of all the trees. Hey Alex, how you doing today? But for now, I reckon I'll just park this thing over here. All right. So now we got to get ready for the next planting. I'm done all right. Slept a bit too late today, but let's see, just need the cultivator. I looked on Discord, I never saw any kind of request from you. I don't know if it didn't go through or what. But like I say, with a Discord, you can join the Discord server. You don't have to send a request or anything like that. Let's see. Here, let me try this again. Now, if you right click on that Discord link, it should take you right to the Discord server. And if that one don't work, there's one on my about page here on Twitch that should work. And like I say, there's nothing special you got to do to get in. You can just join right in, and you should have access to everything that's accessible to the public. I've only got a couple rooms on there. Oh, okay. Well, that's all you need to do then. Yeah, he did yesterday. Wait a minute. Why the hell am I going? Son of a bitch. Completely. Yeah. Train of thought just absolutely derailed. Oh boy. Meant to go to the field and was headed all the way to the damn dealership. Now, like I say, all you got to do is join the server. Don't need any kind of invite or anything like that. As you said, you already joined the server, so. So here I drove halfway across the map for nothing. Yeah, I saw you post that on Twitter. There's one near me, but it's like a 30-minute drive away. So I don't. I only go there when I absolutely have to. Yeah. Which seeds are usually good, I think, for like 2 or 3 years. So, but yeah, I don't know what you're gonna do. Maybe you can have a yard sale and get rid of some of them, or just give them to friends or whatever. Yeah, 'cause I've got some cherry seeds that I saved from some sweet cherries that I ate. I need to try to get those started sometime soon, or I might wait until spring. I don't know. Because right now I got them in the refrigerator in a Ziploc bag. Yeah, that could be a good idea. Hand them out to your neighbors and could they could get some flower gardens and stuff going. I tend to stick mostly to trying to plant stuff that provides some kind of edible, like fruit trees, nut trees, things like that. I'd love to have a garden. I've got a nice big spot for it, but it's been overgrown and needs to be cleaned off. And it's a bit too much to try to do manually. I really need a piece of machinery to do it. Yeah. Which I've got some chestnut trees that I planted a few years ago. They're getting pretty big now. Still ain't got any nuts on them, but maybe in the next couple of years. Uh, I've got some wild black walnut trees. I think I've got 3 or 4 of those. And I planted some apple trees years ago, but the damn deer ate the tops out of them and killed one of them. And the other one ain't gonna do much good because it needs a pollinator. Yeah, it's good to have pollinators around. Yeah, I'd love to get me some. Really like ambrosia apples, so I'd like to get some of those. I'd like to get some, maybe get some pecan trees. I like pecans. Yeah, I've only seen them in the local Walmart. I read a little bit about them. They happened as an accident. Somebody's orchard. I think it was somewhere in the northeast. But they're really sweet and they're really crisp, so I like them. Yeah, yeah. There's quite a few veggies I'm not a huge fan of. I've gotten to where I like something a little bit more since I had to change my diet because of type 2 diabetes, but there's still quite a few. And a weird thing about me is, like, pretty much anything made from tomatoes I like ketchup, tomato sauces, things like that. But I cannot stand just plain raw tomatoes or even just chunks of cooked tomato. Yep, exactly. And that's me too. I want to grow more stuff because sometimes the stuff you get at the grocery store really ain't all that great. But if you grow your own, you know what you get. Because I always like having like cucumbers and onions, and because I love onions and cucumbers. And peppers. Need some leafy greens I like too, like lettuce, stuff like that. Yep, exactly. And I've also thought about eventually maybe getting some chickens, and if I could ever afford to, maybe even get some dairy goats and get goat milk and maybe even try to make my own goat cheese because goat cheese is delicious, but it's expensive. Oh yeah, definitely. Because mostly I tend to hibernate during the summer because it's just too hot, and I don't do well with hot weather. I get sick if I'm out in it for too long. I mean, I actually get like queasy and everything. Yeah. Well, the ones you got are still quite young, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I've always been a little bit averse to heat. Of course, I used to work outside because I've done a lot of construction work and worked as electrician and plumber for like 8, 9 years. Of course, that tended to be a bit more inside than some of the construction stuff, but still, sometimes you had to be outside in the heat and everything. It's rough. And then, yeah, like now I'm on blood pressure medicine and medicine for type 2 diabetes and cholesterol medicine, and that stuff really affects you too. Yeah, it's I know even here a few years ago, everybody was saying that like the average age of a plumber and electrician was like 40 years old, and that's been several years ago. So yeah, yeah, and for that you need the washer would run off of 110, but the dryer you gotta have 220. And I think for a dryer it's a 30 amp breaker. It would be a 20 amp breaker for the wash machine. Yeah. Yeah, probably wouldn't hurt. If I was going to do it, I'd um, probably put like a small breaker panel out in the shed to hook everything up to, just for a little bit of extra protection. Plus, it helps with separating out the circuits. Yeah. Because when I did uh, electric and plumbing, we did mostly residential, but we did a little bit of commercial stuff, and of course, we did some uh, farm stuff too. Which where I'm at, the farm stuff was easy because you didn't have to worry about getting inspections done or anything. Because uh, I don't know if you, I think you might have still had to had a permit to do farm stuff, but there was no, you didn't have to have it inspected or nothing. They're a lot more lenient with it if it's on a farm. But I actually enjoyed doing electrical work. One of my favorite things to do was wiring up breaker panels. I could just stand there all day pulling wires in and stripping and hooking them up. Yeah, it's ridiculous, really. 'Cause I'm against building permits and property tax and all that stuff. I don't think it's right. I mean, I can get, requiring a certain amount of uh, structural integrity for, if you ever sell the place, but you could easily have have to have an inspection done before you sell it. But exactly, it's like, because if you think about it, it's a permit. So basically, you're paying for permission from the government to do something with your own land. So that's why I always say, technically, most places in the U.S., you don't actually own your property. You lease it from the government because you pay property taxes. And if you don't pay property taxes, they throw you out in your ass. And to me, that just ain't right. You buy a piece of property, it should be yours. You should be able to do with it what you will, as long as you didn't sign some form of agreement when you bought the place. Because uh, sometimes you'll have deed restrictions and stuff, but you know that going into it, so you would know that before you bought the place. Or like if you buy a place that's uh, under a HOA or something, which those are uh, those blow my mind. But unfortunately, that's the system we got. But yeah, I think it's ridiculous. Alright, we got the field prepped. Now I wonder if soybean is actually the most profitable or if something else would be. So I will look at that in the menus here and see if I can sort of fathom that out. Although I don't know if my brain's woke up enough yet to do math. Oh, 1646, 1821. 23. Oh, looks like sunflowers would be the better deal. Only problem is I ain't got a header for that. 15. So soybeans or sorghum. Actually, canola's worth more. We'll do canola this round then, I reckon. Yeah, I would actually love to have my own small farm. Because right now I've only got a couple acres to work with. Let's see. Select seed. Canola. Let me go ahead and refill the hopper on this thing. And this cedar works off of the wheels turning, I guess. It don't have a PTO shaft going to it. Very old school cedar. Yeah, I can sort of see where I've been, at least from this angle. See, I got $6,986 left. Actually, now that I think about it, those pallets won't be no trouble because I can always just push them out between the building and the rock into the road there, so it'll be easier to pick them up. And once I get this done, I'll top off the feed and water for my sheep. And then I reckon it'll just be skipping days until this is ready to harvest. Because there really won't be much else to do. Because I got plenty of hay in the barn for the sheep. Although I could go around back of the place on the other side of the trees and make me another field, because there's room back there. But I kind of wanted to leave that for now. That gives me plenty of grass that I can harvest for feeding the sheep and stuff. Well, we'll just keep plodding along here, I reckon. Kind of figure it out as we go. That's how I usually do it. That's the second bot today. It's a little hard to tell exactly where the edge is. Oh well, I guess it won't hurt if I get a little bit of overlap. I'm halfway done now. I wish there were more like really small maps for FS22, because there used to be quite a few on like FS17, FS19. They had quite a few small mod maps for those, but I haven't really seen any for FS22. It's being perfectly honest, I like FS19 better than I do 22. If 19 had the same sleep system that 22 has, it would have basically, for me at least, been fairly perfect farm simulator game. Which it does have a sleep system, but instead of, because on here you can go to sleep pretty much whenever, and you just choose the time you wake up. So like you can sleep the whole almost 24 hours away. But on 19 you had to wait until dark before you could actually go to sleep, and then you could only choose to sleep, I think it was like up to 8 hours or so. Because me personally, I don't really care all that much about all the production stuff, all the factories and all that stuff. I just want to do the farming. I've been driving a little crooked. Through all the iterations of this game that I've played, I have always had trouble keeping perfectly straight going down the field. I can keep pretty damn close most of the time, but which it don't really matter as long as you get the field covered. But in my brain, I just like to, I want things to be straight, symmetrical, just right. I've always wondered if maybe I don't have maybe just a touch of OCD or something. It's like, I remember back around time when I was in high school, everybody is still, for the most part, using cassette tapes because I don't think CDs had quite come out yet. But I used to have these big CD cases. They look like briefcases full of cassettes. Or cassette cases, yeah. I said CD, I think. Whatever. But I was always like kind of particular if anybody looked in it and put one of the cassette tapes back in backwards or switched their position, because I would always sort them with genre and then alphabetical order of band name, and then if I had multiple of a certain band or whatever, I'd have them in chronological order that they came out, and they'd all have to be turned so you could easily read the title and the stuff on the edge when looking at the case. And anytime I'd let anybody look in there and they'd put something back wrong, I'd go right behind them and fix it. And my friends used to make fun of me for doing it. But it just made it real easy to find what I was looking for. And a lot of times I could even reach over and snatch a tape out of there without even looking at it, which came in handy when I was driving. I don't really want to take my eyes off the road. Alright, canola is planted. They used less seed than the soybean did. It barely fits through that door. And I'm going to go ahead, throw down some fertilizer. I'll go ahead and top, excuse me, go ahead and top the hopper off first. It was 238. So I got a bit over 300 invested so far because it was 80 something for the seed, so. You can guesstimate about 320. Yeah, yeah, you ain't kidding. That's the reason why I haven't done much of it yet, because it's a hell of a lot of work. And me, I'm getting old and with health issues and things like that. I can't do the shit I used to do when I was younger. So getting out there and doing all that stuff by hand, that ain't gonna happen. I need machinery to do it, and I don't have the machinery. Oh yeah, yeah, and some of them need like certain pH levels in the soil. And sometimes they need lime or something to balance that out. And because I remember I was looking at planting some blueberries one time, and man, some of the stuff they require is ridiculous. Plain. Which kind of my approach to gardening is I don't worry so much about all that stuff. I just stick it in the ground. If it grows, it grows. If it don't, it don't. I'll try something else. Which another problem I got where I live is there's a lot of red clay soil, and if that stuff gets packed down, you can't grow a damn thing in it. Good for making bricks, though. I remember when I used to do electric and plumbing work. There was an old house that we got hired to work on as a subcontractor. And the house, I think, was originally built in, I want to say, I want to say it was early or middle 1800s. Big old red brick house. And the story was that whoever it was that originally built the house actually made all of the brick right there on the property from the red clay soil available there on the property. And it was a pretty big 2-story brick house too. All the inside walls were brick and everything. Pretty house too. Kind of always wanted to try making my own brick from some local red clay. Oh, it's already full. Okay. Now they got a full water trough. Park this back over here. And grab a trailer. Because all that hay I picked it up with the loading wagon, so it's all loose. And I put it in the silo. Didn't bale anything. So we have to pull under here and load this trailer up. If it gives me the prompt. Oh, it didn't give me the prompt. But took the animation a while to stop. Now my damn loading wagon's in the way. Well, I can just leave this in this wagon because it's really all I'm using this wagon for anyway. Let me put it over here because I ain't got no bales or anything to keep in here, so. Back it right in, yeah. But I'd love to find me an old tractor. Something this size would be all I'd need. Just big enough to, maybe something with a front bucket on it so I could clean up the brush and the rock and the stumps and stuff like that. Where I'd like to put my garden. And then be able to plow it up, cultivate it, and all that kind of stuff. So canola growing, yield bonus 91, fluctuates. Go into this little shack here. And now it's pretty much just waiting on the canola to get ready to harvest. And making sure my sheep don't starve. Which they shouldn't because they didn't last time. Of course there's 4 of them now and there was 2 of them before. No wait, there's 8 of them now. Yeah, because I originally had 4. Yeah, I used to have a rear tine tiller years ago because I thought it might be easier to run, and that thing beat me to death. And I got a little front tine tiller too, but they'll beat you up pretty good too. But they're a little easier than the rear tine ones. The rear tine ones, they'll beat the snot out of you. Yeah. Plus, the weeds and the grass can spread seeds all over the place too. Cause you'd have to do more weeding than you raise beds and all that. So yeah, it's best to do something with it if you can. I don't really need to go out. I can just keep checking it there. Probably gonna take, let's see, it took the soybeans right at 3 months, I think. Like I say, I got seasonal growth turned off. Great demand at farm shop. Most likely for something I don't have. Which I thought about renting either a skid steer or a mini excavator to kind of clean that place up where I wanted to put my garden. But the closest uh, place for me to rent equipment went out of business. And to rent one for like a weekend was going to be like $600-700, something like that. That's a hell of a lot of money for just renting a machine. But of course, when I did electric and plumbing work, that's what we used to do. Like if we had to dig sewer lines or water lines, we'd rent a machine. But then that other place was in business, and it was quite a bit cheaper because you could rent a machine over the weekend for like $200, I think it was. And for a day, it was only like somewhere around like 50, maybe $75 a day. That may be why they went out of business. They might have been doing it too cheap. Which that's something else I really enjoyed doing. I enjoyed running a mini excavator a little more than the skid steer, but I did like doing that. Because I figured with a mini excavator, I could dig up any stumps that's back there, and I could use the blade on the front just to push off the top layer of like weeds and rocks and all that mess, and then even dig a hole and just push it in it and bury it, like back at the corner or something. But yeah, I wasn't about to spend no $600 to rent a machine for a weekend. Which I've got an old lawnmower that it's got the big wheels on the back, and although right now it's got grass tires on it, you can put tractor style tires on it. So I thought about fixing that up. Uh, Maybe seeing if I could either find or maybe even make some kind of pull behind tiller that I could use with that thing. Of course, that would still leave me the problem of cleaning up the mess. Maybe one of these days, if I get rich or something, maybe I can just buy my own machine. I like to go on internet sometimes, like Ritchie Brothers auctions and stuff, and look at machinery and vehicles and stuff on there, and just think about what I would do with it, how I might fix it up or whatever. Uh, no, gotta wait a second here. Yeah, and I can sleep the day away. Wait for my canola to ripen. Still light green. Oh, I wasn't even looking at the right thing. Need to look at the growth. I just happened to notice as I clicked it off. I was still on crop type. Yep, there we go. So it's a little darker green, but I reckon it's probably going to take like 3 months because that's what the soybeans took. And I think as far as the game concerned, all the crops take about the same time to ripen. That is if you don't have the seasonal growth on. Seasonal growth, it changes a little bit, I think. Check on the sheep right quick. Yeah, they're fine. I'll see how many, when I get ready to harvest the canola, I'll see how many pallets of wool I got to. May take those and sell them. Probably won't get a lot out of it, but every little bit helps. Might be enough to cover the cost of the seed and the fertilizer, which that reminds me I may need to fertilize again. Let me go here and check. It's saying 90 some percent fertilized, so it does say need rolling, but I don't have a roller. Which best you can get's 100% anyway, and I'm close enough to that, so why bother with a roller? Wait for a second. We'll do it again. Which there might be a little bit of honey by the time this is ready to go, but it takes a long time uh, to get a pallet worth of honey. I'm up to $10,000 now, though, because of that windmill's giving me a couple $100 a day. I always like to have some kind of little passive income generator just to help cover the maintenance costs and everything. Yeah, see, I got $174 from that windmill for that particular day. It varies a little bit. Yeah, it comes in very handy. And of course, I've got some modded stuff that gives you a whole lot of money if you want it. Yeah, particularly for like hay bales and stuff. Oh man, those come in so handy. Because the hay trailer I've got here is it's an auto load, I think, according to the description. Yeah. Well, the greenhouses, I guess, ain't too awful bad because you only got to. I mean, it's kind of like doing the animals. You just put the manure and the water in them. Of course, actually, on this one, you do have all the pallets and stuff. So yeah, having something that auto loads pallets comes in real handy too. Which I've got several mods for auto loading pallets and different things. Because it can get quite tedious loading pallets by hand with a skid steer or something. We into June. We're getting into the darker greens now. Let's check on the sheep. Yeah, they still got plenty of food and water. Let's see. They might breed again by the time this is ready too. Because last time when I did the soybeans, they had bred right around the time the soybeans were done. So it's June now, so they might be ready 1st of July. Which one thing that I haven't gotten into on FS22 yet is the horses. But I know I've read and heard people talk about the horses they work a little bit differently, I think. in this one as opposed to the FS19. I got one more day and be July. I'll see if stuff's ready. Maybe, maybe not be. Okay. So apparently there's a werewolf somewhere nearby. Nope, still not ready. Yeah, they still good. Hey, lizard man, how you doing? For the most part, yeah, it is. I'm just waiting on the crops to ripen. Cause really ain't got nothing else to do. I don't have any tree harvesting equipment. Otherwise, I could do some of that. But I don't really like how the tree stuff works in 22. Though it's kind of somewhat broken, which it's never worked exactly right. Because I think it was first introduced in 15. And it seems like with every iteration, there's always been some aspect of the whole logging thing that didn't quite work right. But this one seems to. Because I remember early on when I was playing this on stream, I tried doing like straight up logging stuff. And I was having a lot of trouble with wood being thrown out of wood chippers, um, logs making the trucks like super, super tippy. And it was just kind of a mess. And the maps I used, you couldn't get rid of the weeds. So you'd place a building somewhere or something in the grass, and the weeds was still coming up through the floor, and it was a mess. Of course, that was just the mod maps. Um, there is one in-game map that has quite a bit of logging and stuff on it. It's also got a roller coaster you can deliver stuff to repair. I've played on that one a little bit off stream. But even there, you still have problems with the wood chippers and things like that. And I know Farming Simulator 25 is coming out sometime later this year. So I'm gonna wait and see what the gameplay on it looks like. I'll wait till other people play it. See what it looks like. And decide whether or not I'm gonna get it. Which I know they're adding rice to the game for Farming Simulator 25. which could be interesting. And I know they're keeping all the production stuff in it. Yeah, there's at least with this one, there's a bit more of a learning curve than in previous versions of the game, mainly because of the production stuff, which I don't really play much of the production stuff anyway because it don't really interest me that much. But probably, if I had it to do over again, instead of getting this, I would have probably got 19 and just played and streamed that. Although I might still get 19 one of these days, but it's low on the priority list. Now I've got to wait a second. There we go. Now we should be into September, and hopefully it'll be ready now. Still, I guess I'm going to have to go sleep through one more month. Tell you what, let me go into settings. I've got it set for 7 days per month right now, so let me reduce that a little bit. Yeah, let's do 5. Because I'm pretty sure that the cycles are done by month and not by day. Now, might need to go ahead and top off the feed and the water for the sheep. Let's see. I didn't refill this after last time, so I might need to fill it up this time. Nah, still good. Still got plenty of water in it. Oh, got quite a bit of wool now. Go ahead and fill it up before I park it. I tried backing this thing into the pond to fill it up, but it never would give me the prompt to do it or anything. But I can fill from this hose bib and it still don't cost me anything, so I like that free water. Yep, pretty much. Free is always better. I've been trying to find a local place where I could get free pallets, but I ain't had much luck finding a place so far. There's all kind of stuff you can build from old pallets. Years ago, I built a really nice portable table for my miter saw out of old pallets and old landscaping timbers. Like the little partially round, partially flat ones that people use to edge their flower beds and stuff. When I used to do electric and plumbing work, we got a job to put service into a house. A guy had built a log cabin out of those landscaping timbers. And it was a bit of a kerfuffle because um, the building inspector was refused to allow him to put power to the house because it wasn't approved building material. But they let us put in a quote unquote temporary service on a post like you'd use to hook up a house trailer or something. So the way we kind of worked around it was we put that in and then run off of that into the log house. But yeah, it was kind of a mess. It's a decent looking little old house though. It should be good. Go another month, I reckon. Sleeping Simulator 22. Which what's really cool now is you can buy log houses that come as a kit and you can build it yourself. And it's got all the logs pre-cut and they're grooved and they come with this I think it's butyl strips that goes between the logs to seal them up and all that stuff. I watched some videos on it. It's pretty interesting stuff. Which I think if I was to build a house now, I think I'd want to do it out of either all brick or all concrete. Because that way you ain't got to worry about stuff like termites or carpenter ants or any of that kind of stuff. I don't think it saved my adjustment to the number of days per month because I just saw it was September 6th. But that's alright. Yeah, here we go. Now it should be October 1st. So hopefully canola will be ready to harvest now. And then I'll make maybe a couple thousand. Yep, ready to harvest. The life of a poor farmer. Let's see, is there any? Oh, yeah. They're starting to make some honey. So let me look at the sheep right quick. Oh, yep, they've bred again because now I've got 12 of them. Which means they're going to go through food and water faster, but they'll also produce wool faster. So I might need to go ahead and cut some more grass and make some more hay. I need to get me a corn header for this thing so I could do sunflowers. Maybe that'll be my next purchase. I'll harvest this, and after I sell it, I'll look see what the prices on the corn headers are. And then I might do sunflowers for the next crop. Because they seem to be bringing the most money right now. I'm kind of interested to see how much of a yield I get out of this as compared to the soybeans. I remember I had right around 2,500 liters of soybeans. The way this is going, it looks like I might get more than that out of this. Because it ain't just about the price you get for it, it's about how much you can get out of a piece of land, how much yield you get. Because if it's worth more but you don't get very much, you're better off doing something else. But yeah, I'm already up to 2,000, so looks like this is going to be a better yield. Which one thing I'd like to try is in one of the seed catalogs that I used to get, they had like a little mini article in there about what they called a postage stamp orchard, and they even had special deals where you could buy like a set number of fruit trees or whatever for one of those little postage stamp orchards. So I wouldn't mind doing one of those. Because they don't take up much space. But something else that I would like to be able to plant is tea plants. Because you can get you can order the plants online, and they should grow here. Because the Chinese, because it's all true teas come from only two variants of a plant, and one of them originated in China and has grown all over the world. The other one only grows in a certain region in India, from what I've read. And it's not really a tree, it's more of a shrub. So I think it'd be cool to try that and try to make my own tea. Wouldn't be able to make much because I don't really have room for much, but it'd be interesting to do anyway. Because I do like tea. Oh yeah, 37.59 out of this. So this load should be worth more money. The old squirrely Chevrolet. Bah. Which, for me, growing anything, the biggest problem is the deer. Deer get into every damn thing around here. And it's only been a couple of weeks ago I saw 3 deer grazing in my backyard. Which, like I say, the apple trees I planted years ago, they bit the tops out of them and killed one of them. So now I've got 21,329 smackaroonies. Let's see if I got a small modded one that might be cheaper. This one looks about right. That looks kind of close to the Massey Ferguson color, maybe. It's a little hard to tell without seeing it side by side, but I don't reckon it matters if the color's a little off. But now I can plant sunflowers. Yeehaw. Big block just a screaming. There we go. I don't have a shed to put these headers in, so I'm just going to drop it off in the grass over here. Now for the long drive in this slow ass thing to pick up the new header. Let's see, you got good oil pressure, full fuel tank, it's charging. Can't tell what that other gauge is. And the speedo down here. Not like you really need a speedo in this thing. So I think what I'll do is go ahead and prep the field, plant the sunflowers, and then I'll cut some grass and make some hay. That way I can stock up on feed for the sheep. Because when I did it before, I only cut the grass kind of there around that field, but I think this time I'll cut that, and I'll cut around the backside too, behind those trees. Because I can only harvest it from the property that I own, I think. Although this may be, since this is a mod map, it may be one of those maps you can kind of get away with doing stuff on property that you don't technically own. Some maps you can get away with that, but a lot of them you can't. I like how the mirrors actually work on this stuff. Yay, we got a corn header. And I'll just leave this one on here because I'll be using it next anyway. And it's pretty much just the right size for this particular machine. Which sometimes you can get away with running bigger headers on smaller machines. It just depends on the horsepower of the machine and all. Because I have done it before. But if you start getting too big, they start to struggle. I remember one time I put a bigger header than what the machine was, what it called for. And it was fine on flat ground, but if you started going up a hill, it would basically stall out and wouldn't move because it just didn't have enough horsepower to go up the hill and run the header. And I don't know why I'm not using the damn cruise control. I think because I play SnowRunner and it doesn't have cruise control, sometimes I forget that this game has cruise control. I done forgot how many sheep that particular pen holds. I need to look at that and see. Because I figure what I'll do is once it's getting close to capacity, I'll sell off a few sheep. Because matured, they're worth like 325 each, I think. Well, let's see if I can back this in here from this point of view. Which I only got the one mirror, so it could be tricky. Yeah, I'm a little too close to that, I think. Oh, there is another mirror over here. This looks pretty good, though. Yeah, not too bad. Okay. Actually, I think I need to go into here, maybe. Or actually, can I look at it through this? Animals 12. No, don't tell me the capacity of the thing. I'll get the right menu in a minute. Sheep. It's 18. And I think I've got 12 right now. Yeah. So maybe after the next breeding cycle, I'll sell off like 4 of them. I just happened to think of something. I don't know that this planter that I got will do. It should do sunflowers, I assume it does, but let me check. Yeah, it does. Oh, good. Oh. Wrong damn button. We get her cultivated, and then I can plant the sunflowers, and then I need to make hay. I think I might have missed a little bit there on the edge. Looks like I did miss one little spot right here. Shit. They put this field right on the edge of this plot. It's basically the edge of the field is the property line. And that'll probably be the next piece of land that I buy once I can afford to start expanding. And each plot I think is 85,000. So that's one feature that I kind of wish they would have kept is because in FS17, if you did a job for an NPC farmer on a piece of land, then it would increase how much they liked you. And up to an extent, every time you would do a job on a piece of land owned by an NPC or whatever, it would actually reduce the price of that piece of land, that field, a little bit. And I wish they would have kept that. Because that was a really good way of doing things back on 17, because you could do jobs to make extra money, plus it helped reduce the price of the field. So eventually you get a discount. I don't know what the maximum discount was. But it definitely helped anyway. Because that's actually what got me to doing the jobs instead of just doing my own farming thing. Because on 15, I don't think I did any jobs. I might have done a few. Which it worked different on there anyway. There was like a little signboard or something that you would go to and you'd have jobs to do, and it was like deliver this to there. It was just little piddly stuff. So I probably did do a few, but I did like how they had it set up on 17. Excuse me. But yeah, I do wish they had some smaller maps on here. Zone. I think it was on 19, maybe. Or was that might have been 17. There was a small Irish map that I like to play on. And there was another small map that I like to play on too. I had like an old ruined castle on it. I don't remember the name of it. Probably need to check, see if this stuff needs maintenance when I'm done, because I ain't maintained it in a while. Probably wait until there's 4 full pallets of wool before I try selling it. Maybe by then there'll be at least 1 full pallet of honey, and I can take it all at one time. I could look and see if I've got a some kind of small trailer for auto-loading pallets, but I don't know if I have one that small. I know I've got some. I've got some that are beds that you can add to certain trucks, and I've got some trailers. But I think they're all a bit bigger. And bigger means more money. which I always kind of wanted to get into modding, but I don't know enough about all of the different stuff you got to do it, to be able to do it. And I really don't have time to invest in doing it anymore either. The plane, boss, the plane. And of course, eventually I want to upgrade the silos and stuff, but that's going to be a good way down the road probably. Get me a nice multi-fruit silo that will hold pretty much everything. Because I do like my multi-fruit silos. They come in very handy. Which, speaking of deer, there's a guy I watch on YouTube that does farming stuff. And he had a pretty interesting setup for his garden to keep the deer out of it. He had like a regular, I don't know, 3 or 4 whatever foot fence around it with just regular like fence and wire, but spaced about a foot around the outside of that he had one of those little temporary electric fence setups. And supposedly the way it worked is that it would kind of confuse the deer and they wouldn't be able to jump over both fences at the same time. So it would keep them out. Because deer are damn sure a menace when it comes to gardens and things like that. And they can jump really freaking high too. But his setup was neat. He had his little fenced-in garden right there, and then right dead beside of it, he had his little chicken coop. So that whenever he harvested stuff from his garden, any stuff that he wasn't consuming himself or whatever, like maybe stuff that had little spots on it, or you know, the unusable parts of the plant or whatever, he would just toss it right over into the chicken coop and let the chickens eat it. And then, like, after everything had been harvested out of the garden, he would even turn the chickens loose into the garden. It's just not working. Oh, I've got to turn it on. I was thinking this one was like the other one I got, that you didn't have to turn it on, it just worked. But this one I actually have to turn on. There we go. Let me double check. So I'm thinking sunflowers was 2,000, yeah, 2,236 as opposed to 1947 for the canola. And then once I harvest it, I'll see what the yield is. And do a guesstimate to see which one's going to be better. Oh, I think I went a little crooked or something. I think it's still. I don't think I left any caps though. Yeah, it looks relatively straight. I gotta quit worrying about trying to keep everything straight and just make sure I get everything covered. It's a constant battle in my brain. Because part of my brain said, nope, got to be straight, dead on straight, or it's all ruined. And the other part's just saying, just get the shit done and stop worrying about it. Now don't you crows be eating all these seeds I'm putting down. I always thought it would be cool if they added some like survival type elements to this game. Like maybe you could do hunting or fishing, then you had to eat and all that stuff. Of course, I think I'd want them to do that as either a separate game or a feature you could turn off. Because sometimes it's nice to just get in here and just kind of mindlessly do some farming. And have just a very chill experience. That's kind of what I was doing last night when I couldn't sleep. Just sitting here doing this with Rammstein blasting in my ears. Well, it wasn't blasting, but which that's something I think it would be really fun to get into, though, is making games. I just don't know enough about computer stuff to do it, though. 'Cause I know nothing about programming. I know nothing about using like animation software and stuff like that. Hell, I barely know how to edit a video, and I know very little about editing pictures on a computer. Maybe one of these days I'll learn that stuff. I don't know, but then again, I'm getting a bit older, so who knows. Of course, they do keep making some software easier to use. It's like I was watching a video Been quite a while back now, but I think it's shit. I can't think of the name of the program now. I can't think of the name. It's the free game making software that you get from Epic Games. Unreal Engine, that's it. But yeah, I saw a video where for a lot of stuff you can just, if you want to make a fairly simple game, there's like pre-made assets that you can just purchase and just put into that, and you don't have to really know that much about programming or stuff to do it. But like I say, for me, it's trying to learn all that stuff and trying to find the time to learn it all and then to do it and then still do streaming and then still do stuff outside of streaming. It's a shame that today's ain't 48 hours long instead of 24. You can get more done. Yeah, we're getting closer to being done. Probably 3 more trips up and down the field and it'll be done. Of course, I still got to put down some fertilizer, which that won't take long. Because it's got a pretty good spread on it. I might have to refill the seed in this thing. Tell you what, let me go ahead and do that because I hate running out midfield. Trying to think if it was on here or if it was on 19 that I got a mod for like an old style garage, because whenever I go to upgrade my repair shop there, I might use that to kind of go with the old style fuel pumps. If I got it, that is. Can't remember if I got it on this one or if it was on 19 though. But I think for me in this game, I have more fun, starting the farm and building it up and upgrading the equipment and all that stuff. I think I have more fun doing that than I do once I've kind of got it built up to a point and where it's more just maintaining what you got. Because sometimes, at least in the past, when I've gotten to that point to where it was more just maintaining things, uh, I would either start a new save or I would even delete that save and just start with the same map and start from scratch. But that's just me. And that's one of the things I always liked about farming simulators. There's different ways you can play it, different ways you can have fun playing it. Some people like the older equipment, smaller maps, which I'm kind of that way. Some people like all the new stuff and the bigger stuff. I'll go ahead and put down the first application of fertilizer here. Back off a little bit so I can see the spread pretty good. That way I can easier to make sure I don't miss any spots. Of course, if I miss a little spot here and there, I'm not going to worry too much about it. As long as I get the majority of the field covered. Because I'll still have to put down, like that little strip there, I'm not going to worry too much about that. Because it's not going to affect the yield a whole lot. Like I say, I'll have another application that I'll have to put down anyway. A little squirrely with the steering there for a second. That'll do it. Hell with it. I'll hit this strip right quick since I gotta go back through here anyway to get back to the barn. I'm gonna go ahead and put the tractor over here. Tell you what, let me go ahead and check the maintenance on it. Because once I cut the grass, I'm gonna have to ted it and windrow it. And right there's my tedder and windrower. Yeah, $27. No. Closed doors, not pick up, shop vac. Run. Run. How you not outrunning me, you a deer? Let's see, all this back here I can mow too. It's all part of the property. So I'm gonna mow around the field first, then I'll come back here and mow some more. That's the thing I like about these self-propelled mowers is they mow good and they leave everything rode up for you. Of course, it'll spread back out once I go over it with the tedder, but it won't be spread out a lot. about here. That's where the edge is. I don't really want to go into the field with the cutter head on. I mean, probably won't bother nothing, but I have seen, at least in previous versions of the game, where if you hit it with certain things, it like deleted the crop or something. Go ahead and do one more row here. I'm going to run into them rocks, so I'll stop a little short of where it did before. Now I'll head to the back 40. This little road here is my starting point, I reckon. Which I might bail a little bit of this just for the fun of it. But most of it I'm just going to pick up. I might have gotten a little too close to that tree. But most of it I'll just pick up with the loading wagon and put it in the hay silo. Plus I kind of want to test out the trailer that I've got with the baler too, because I can't remember using it before. So I kind of want it, because it's supposed to be an auto loading, and it's supposed to work with pretty much any size bale, so I want to test it out. And if it don't work, I'll just get rid of it. And then completely forget to delete it from my mods list like I normally do. I don't want to get too close up to obstacles like that, because I got to think about the room I need of pulling the tedder and the windrower behind the tractor, and am I going to be able to maneuver at the end of it or whatever. That's why I always try to leave room. Like if I'm making a new field or something, I always try to leave a certain amount of room around it, so it gives me room to maneuver and all that. Because I've watched some people play where they'll just go right up to the edge of something. Actually, no, that's about the edge of it anyway. I was going to say I could have went a little further, but that barn is actually not on my property. It's on the neighboring piece of land, which will be the next one I'll buy. Yeah, let me build it there, so I figured why not. It's a little small piece of flat ground, big enough for the barn. I can actually back all the way up to here now. Not at the rock. And let's see. Instead of trying to work around that tree there, I'll just let this be my last walk, because it ain't like I need a shit ton of hay anyway. I'm just feeding a few sheep. So this should be enough to last me for a pretty good while. Drop that off there, and I'm just going to back this into the trees, because it won't fit through any of those doors. I guess I could put it over in the shed next to the house. So I'll do that, I reckon. Ah, shit. Just put it towards the back here, because I don't use it all that often. Grab tedder. Go over the rows, and that'll dry the grass out and turn it into hay. Ah, damn it. It won't let me grab that last bit. Oh well. Actually, let me start this row from the other end so they won't overlap. That might make it a little messy when I go over it with a windrower. And actually, I should probably do each of these from the other end so it don't fly over into the field. which I kind of hate leaving little spots of grass or hay or anything like that anywhere on the map, but nothing I can do about it until I buy that piece of property. Yeah, and I'll be able to pick it up. Of course, I might be able to, if I had a bucket for the skid steer, I might be able to sneak in there and get it with that. But I don't have a bucket for it, just the pallet forks. I guess I could lease a bucket and just try it. Leasing a bucket probably wouldn't cost hardly anything. I don't know, I might look and see what cost is when I get done with this. Which the only reason I'm turning it into hay is because that barn doesn't take just raw grass. It has to be either hay or straw. Otherwise I wouldn't even bother. I'd just pick it up as grass, dump it in the silo, and feed it to the sheep that way. So when I used to play FS15 back on PlayStation, one of my favorite things to do was just to mow grass fields and ted them and windrow them and bale them. Because I always thought it would be cool if they would add some sort of exchange kind of thing to where like say you really don't care about keeping critters, but you like doing grass and hay and straw, then you could make it, stick it in a barn or whatever, and then you could go into that exchange and say, you know, post like an ad that says I've got, 10 bales of hay for, I'll sell it for $100 or whatever. And then somebody else who plays the game can go on the exchange and say, yeah, I'll take those bales of hay, and you could actually buy and sell stuff between different players over that exchange. I imagine it would be kind of a bitch to work out how to transfer the stuff from one person's game to another, but I still think it'd be interesting to do. And this is going to put it awful damn close to that rock, but can't be helped. Because initially I was thinking I would just do it from the other end, but since it's so close to the edge of the property, anything that goes over the edge I won't be able to deal with. So. But hopefully, even if it goes close to that rock, I can still at least pick it up with the loading wagon. Yeah, it's getting a little close, because by the time I windrow it, it's going to be even closer. Which, one thing I noticed with FS22 that's different as well is, at least with some of the like hand tools, particularly the mods, and I don't know if this is just something the mods do or if it's something they have to do to make it work in game or whatever. It's like they work more like a vehicle instead of an actual hand tool. Which makes it kind of weird. I'm not sure why, because it seems like the chainsaw still works pretty much the same as it did in previous versions. So maybe it's just the particular mods that I've used or something. So that's all the tedding done. I need to get the windrower, row it back up. And then I think what I'll do is I'll try baling that's around the field, and then I'll just get the rest of it with the loading wagon. I just want to try out the baler and the bale wagon and see if it works the way I hope it does. I noticed on here there's not that little sawmill like it is on 19. Because when you play this map on 19, it starts you off with a little sawmill over there where I've got the hay barn, and even starts you off with a few logs laying in front of it that you can cut up and run through the sawmill. And it's one of those automatic ones, so as soon as you put it into the wood chipper at the sawmill, it pays you for it. And it always made a really good way to get some extra money just to start off with. Because I would always use the logs that were in front of it and then just get a chainsaw. Because a lot of times I'd start with like these small Massey Ferguson tractors and stuff. And then I would get like just a small loading wagon and a chainsaw, and I'd cut the bits in small enough pieces I could pick them up by hand and load them onto the small wagon, and then just take them right to the sawmill. You make some good money that way. But I'm wondering if well, I mean, they do have a lot of production stuff tied to forestry stuff, so. But I was thinking if maybe eventually they're thinking about phasing out the logging stuff since they're doing the production stuff, but maybe not if they got some of it tied to that. So I don't know. Just random thoughts and speculations. This definitely ain't the best wind rower. It leaves kind of rough looking rows, but it works with this tractor and it's cheap. It's pretty decent for starting out. Because some of them spots, I don't know if the pickup on the baler is going to be wide enough to pick it all up in one go. But if it ain't, I'll just have to make another pass, I reckon. The loading wagon could probably pick it up, but I don't know about the baler. So I think it's a bit more narrow than the loading wagon. Alright, before I go do the back, I want to try that baler out first. Take this over here and drop it off. And I've already got the bale wagon attached to the baler. So I want to see if it works. Oh shit, I forgot to windrow that. Well. Alright, so let's see. Unfold baler. And then the rest of it I'll do once I get closer. Because I'm hoping by having it set up like this, it'll just pop the bales right onto the trailer. But I gotta remember to put the trailer into the loading position or whatever it says. So let's just try this and see if this concoction even works. So we'll put trailer into operating position, lower the baler, turn on the baler. Yep, it took it and stacked it right on there. Alright. I guess I could have backed off and looked at it from this view instead of trying to drive into the camera. Yeah, this is working out just like I hoped it would. Damn, I left a lot behind. That's alright. I figured I'd probably have to take a couple swipes at it. This one seems to be picking up a little better. I say until I go all drunk monkey driving on here. Turn the baler off while I go through the field. And lift the pickup so I can go a little faster. Now, of course, I do have crop destruction turned off, so maybe that'll keep it from messing with it. I don't remember which version of Farming Simulator it was, but I remember one of them. If you got too close to the edge of the field with a mower or any kind of equipment, it would basically delete part of the crop in that area. Which it looks like his trailer is damn near full already. Although it might stack higher than that little headache rack at the front. This tractor barely has the power to be doing this. Because I can tell it's struggling just a little bit. Now, if it was just the baler or just the trailer, it would probably be fine. But doing both of them at the same time, a little bit much. Well, just about got all this down here. Which with the bales, I think what I can do is just set bales into the loading area for the feed, and it'll just take them as it needs them. So that way, as I'm skipping through days waiting for the crop to mature, I can just stack a few bales over there and I don't have to worry about having to. Alright, let's unload baler C. She could hold 2 more bales. Alright, let me drop that off. And I'll windrow this bit up. Maybe that'll be enough to fill it. Of course, like I say, I don't know if it'll still go higher than that or not. But we'll find out here in a minute. That road looks a little bit neater. Swing wide because this setup don't have a good turning radius at all because the baler hitting a trailer. Oh, I lifted to pick up, not lowered it. Oops. Yep, it'll stack higher than that. Now I would have unloaded it over there under that shed portion of the hay barn, but now I've got my trailer and the skid steer over there. Let's see. Yeah, I lifted the pickup, turned it off. I'm gonna put that in transport position. Hmm. Let me see what kind of cheap small sheds I got here. I might just put one here. Just for putting a little bit of hay in. Now we're getting into cheap stuff. Of course, them's too damn big. Now one of those could work, a little carport kind of thing. I kind of want something that looks old and wooden that kind of matches the aesthetic of the rest of the farm. Damn, that's expensive for an old wooden shed. Although that would be about perfect. Yeah. See, that's 9,500. Uh, how big is that one? Oh shit. That's kind of big. Mm. You know what, actually I think I'm gonna go with this because I can put this over here and then I'll have a place to put the tedder and the windrower. I can move the feed trailer. I might leave the feed trailer over there. Maybe the loading wagon. Some stuff in here. Move it forward just a little bit. Just want to kind of give myself a little bit of room to get around it to that little back shed. I guess it don't matter if it kind of goes behind that shed a little bit. Shit. No, actually I do want to do that. When I go to unload it, I want to have just the trailer hooked up. Because unloading some of these trailers can be a little bit tricky. And I'm going to wait to do the landscaping around that thing. Because I'll make it dirt and stuff, but that costs money. Yeah, see, it's like $2. That could drain what little funds I got left pretty quick. Guess I gotta open it from the outside. Yep. Which if it wasn't for all that junk, I could drive the trailer through and unload it there. Of course, I could still... I could do it that way. If it lets me unload on that side. If not, I can turn the thing around and come back the other way. That way I can have my hay indoors so that it don't get wet. Of course, as far as in-game is concerned, I don't think it really matters. But in my brain, it's like, nope, put it inside or get wet and be run. Oh yeah, even with just a trailer, this tractor's having a little bit of a hard time. Maybe before I save up to get that next piece of land, maybe I'll get me another slightly more powerful tractor. Now usually, no, it's going to unload to that side. Want me abort unloading, and I'll turn around, come in the other way. This way the bales will be closer to the sheep, so I won't have far to take them. And I'll have some extra room to put a few pieces of my equipment too. Unload bales here, and there we go. Yeah, it worked out nicely. And of course, if I wanted to, I could come in here and move them over even more, stack them over there. Actually, I could have just left the damn trailer parked there. But I reckon I'll hook it back to the baler and just take it back over to the other barn where I had it. And then I'll put the windrower, the tedder, and the loading wagon into there. And then that'll leave. And actually the water tank, I might put that in there too. I might slide it into that little back shed area. And then the only thing that won't be in a shed will be the mower and the header for the mower. Fold the baler back up since I'm done with it. Yeah, that actually worked out fairly well. I'm happy with that. But yeah, I think I'm going to need a slightly more powerful tractor. Because this one, I think, is 45 horsepower, thereabouts. I don't know what it is, but with the mods in this one, if you want to zoom in and out, you have to let off of the throttle to do it. But with the in-game stuff, you can zoom in and out even while you got the hammer down. Did I hit that stuff or not? I don't remember. Yeah, it's been tedded, so I just need to windrow it. But let's see, let me go ahead and move some of this stuff over there to the barn though. I can put the tedder there, put the windrower behind it, and put the loading wagon on this end. Go ahead and open this door. Which of course, if I move this over there, and then the water thing, I'll slide that right in there, I think. Hopefully this fits. Ah, damn it, it's too long. Oh, well, I can just leave the doors open, I reckon. Oh, shit. Let's see. I know what I'll do. Since I've got the bales over here, I'm going to bring the skid steer over here and put it in there, and then I'll back this under that shed because it should fit over here. Then again, maybe not. I'll make it work somehow. Hey, you know what, the hell with it. I know what I'm going to do. Well, for now, let me squeeze this in over here. But what I'll do is I'll move the bales over into here, and then I'll keep this part here. I'll just have to move it if I'm going to unload more bales. Then I can back this in that way. And I'll put that other little trailer where I was going to put this in that first bay of the barn. That way everything will be out of the weather. Still conveniently placed nearby. This one should be short enough to fit in here. Yep. So now I can close the doors. I'm not going to worry about backing that in the rest of the way for now, because I'm going to need it once I get done windrowing that hay around back anyway. So grab this. I can back it right into there. Just like so. Of course, after I've made some money, I'll go back over there with the paint tool and get rid of the grass and make it dirt around it. So I get all this windrow up, and then I'll bring the loading wagon over and just load all this into the hay barn. Just enough room. All these trees right here in this little patch where the house is, I plan on leaving all those. Although I might have to cut some of them down whenever I go to put a new farmhouse in, because eventually I want to get rid of the little shack and put in a nice looking farmhouse. And once that's done, I might actually cut down a few more just so I can put in some different kinds of trees. But I'll probably have to cut a lot of trees elsewhere before I can do that, because it's probably going to say too many trees, need to cut some down before you can plant any. Which maybe that's what I'll do whenever I get ready to get a little bit bigger tractors. I'll get one big enough to run that wood cutter thing that I like to use. And that way I don't have to worry about any of the logging stuff being janky. I can just use that, cut the stuff straight into wood chips, and sell it and be done with it. Which the thing I'm talking about, let's see. Because I want to look and see how much horsepower it takes too. Because I never can remember. There it is. It takes 150 horsepower. That might be a little bit bigger than I was thinking of going for the second tractor though. Because I didn't want to go a whole lot bigger than this one, but I might just have to. Which I've got some smaller tractors that have right around 150, maybe a little more. I do believe. Need to get rid of that tree right there too. It's a little bit in the way. I wonder, since in this game you can kind of bust up rocks and use them for making lime and stuff, I wonder if these giant rocks, if I can bust those up like that. Because I've got like a rock hammer that fits a skid steer. I might have to do a little experimenting with that. Not today, but at some point. Of course, I've got lime turned off, so I don't need it for the fields or anything, but I can sell it. I might look at that rock hammer and see how much it cost. So what I might do is just lease it and test that theory out. And I might be able to get rid of some of these rocks and make a little money doing it. No, just ideas. Of course, I can easily change my mind between now and then. Just kind of how it goes with this game sometimes. You might plan out stuff you want to do, spots you want to do stuff in, and then as you go along, you come up with something else that's you like even better. Or just have a spontaneous, make a spontaneous decision, do something like I did that barn I just put up. It was kind of, wasn't planned, was just a spontaneous, do something with the hay. I'll back this in on the other side of the tedder. Drop it off. Let me go ahead and close this door. Grab the loading wagon, pick up the rest of that hay. Because doing it this way is much easier and faster than doing the bales. So mostly I just do the bales kind of for the fun of it. Because this thing's got a wider pickup than that baler, so it doesn't miss spots like the baler does. Go unload this and come back and get some more. I'm not sure how much this barn over here holds, but I guess if it gets full and won't hold anymore, I can just take whatever's left up and sell it. So I'll back this in towards this hopper over here and unload it straight into the barn. Probably gonna have like 2 more loads here. Close to it anyway. So we'll see if the barn will hold it all. And this should keep the sheep fed for quite a while now. That way they can keep making babies and keep making wool. If I remember right, that trailer I got holds, I think 8 or 12 sheep. I can't remember now. I know it holds them in rows of 4. Because it's just a small animal trailer. And of course, eventually I'll use that paint tool and make like a little road that goes around here. But since it costs money, that's gonna wait. Which I think I saw a mod that makes it so that using the paint tool or any of the landscaping stuff don't actually cost you anything. I might look at that sometime, see. Because it would be nice if you could do the landscaping for free. I mean, I kind of get why they make it cost a little bit of money, because you think if you were doing landscaping, you know, in the real world, then sure, it would cost you money. But I've never been one of those farming simulator players that goes for like trying to do the most realistic stuff and all that. I'm all about the fun factor. Is it fun to play? If it is, then play. But if it ain't fun, then I'll find something else to play. Or I'll change the parameters to make it fun. One of the two. When I'm done with this, I may go ahead and just kind of browse through the tractors and see, maybe get an idea for whichever tractor I might want to get next. Because since everything as far as machinery goes, I got some Massey Ferguson, I'd kind of like to keep with the Massey Ferguson theme. And I've probably got some Massey Ferguson tractors that are around 150 horsepower that I will look and see. Oh, that's a helicopter. Oh, there's a spot I missed. Sounded more like a plane earlier when I heard it. Damn it. Just a smidge left. I was hoping it would get the rest of it. I could always come back and bale that little bit. Add it to the bales. But I'm already hooked up to this thing, so I'll just grab it with this. Put it in the barn. As long as the barn will hold it. Oh, what's that about? I've never heard of chip drop. Oh, okay, yeah. Wood chips. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, that would be good for making compost or mulch. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Never really thought about that. Like, of course, my dad used to work for a tree trimming company, and sometimes he would bring loads of wood chips home. But that's been 30 years ago, over 30 years ago. And actually, the company he worked for, I don't know if it even exists now. Yeah, that would definitely be good. You could pile the leaves and the wood chips in, maybe 2/3 of the way up or so, and then just put the topsoil on the rest of it. That would definitely save you on some topsoil, plus provide pretty good drainage too. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Which that reminds me, that guy uh, that I watch that does the farming. His YouTube channel is Stony Ridge Farmer, but he's got some raised beds too. And one thing he did was like after he harvested everything, he laid like plain cardboard that didn't have any printing or anything on it. He would lay that over top of the raised beds and leave that over the winter. It would keep the weeds down, and then it would eventually rot and actually add to the soil. But yeah, it's a lot to get decent soil, so that'll help a lot. Let's see, do the critters need anything? And they're all right for now. Yeah, Okay, I want to. Oh, excuse me. Move these hay bales over. What the hell am I hitting on? Apparently, I was hitting on the ground. This is gonna take a while, probably. And I am not that good at stacking stuff neatly in this game. But yeah, that's one of the reasons why I've never done raised beds, because I thought about doing it, but it's just, it costs so much to get into it. And if I can just clean me off a spot, then I can just do it the old fashioned way instead of having raised beds. And with these size bales, I could fit so many bales in here. But I ain't doing all that. Well, I probably won't be using these bales much. So these might last me for a very long time. Let's see, I think I'll keep them on the left hand side of that center post there. That way if I decide to do straw bales, I can put them over on this side. Because I might do like one load of straw bales like I did this here. And like I say, just for the fun of it mainly. And I kind of like how it looks to look in here and see stacks of hay bales and stuff. Makes it look more like a actual farm. Trying to stack them as neatly as I can. Yeah. Let's see, let me get over to the side of it a little bit. I'll be able to manipulate it a little better without stepping on that bottom board there. Grab it this way. Just move a bit. This one's getting more crooked as I go. I try to get this row, and I might go another row up. Sometimes I find doing this kind of stuff in the game just very relaxing. Just doing simple tasks like this and listening to the ambient sound of the game. Kind of reminds me a little bit of when I was little and would go down on my grandpa's farm with my dad on Sundays for Sunday dinner sometime. And while we was waiting on dinner, I would most of the time go outside and just roam and play and do whatever, explore. And sometimes I'd go play in the barn. There was usually a bunch of hay and straw bales in there. climb all over them and stuff. I tell you, adding this ability to grab stuff with your hand in this game added so much to the gameplay of it, I think. There's so much more you can do now with it than you could before. I remember playing on 15 because it didn't have it in 15. I think it only started in, was it in 17 that it started, I think? Because I remember hating to do any tree work in 15 because, I mean, I did do some, but you couldn't, like, if you dropped a piece of wood or something, you couldn't just pick it up by hand. You had to try to do it some kind of way with a machine. And with the wood chippers, it was so aggravating trying to use that damn crane arm to pick up a log and drop it into the chipper. Because I remember playing on the one map on our, I can't think of the exact name of it. I think it started with a B. Maybe. But I remember there always being a couple trees just above the house on the hill there that would always get in the way of that field. So I'd always go cut them down, but they weren't pine trees, so you had to cut the limbs out, and then you had to cut the trunk down, and you had to use something to load them up. It's just so irritating. Close this door. All that's taken care of now. I'll just have to try to remember that my feed wagon is over here in this barn now. Whenever I get ready to feed the sheep again. And now it goes back to being a sleeping simulator. There's that damn werewolf again. Don't reckon there's much use in checking that this early on, so mainly be concerned with the making sure the sheep don't run out of food and water. I done forgot what in-game month it is. October. It just came to me just as it popped up. So October. So probably be January before that's ready to harvest. Oh, let me go back in and try to shorten the months a little bit again. Because I don't think it took when I changed it last time. Now it's still showing 5 days. Maybe it's because I was already within that month. So let's see if it does it now. So it's October 5th, so let's see if it switches over to November now. Nope, it's still shit. Maybe it won't change until I've backed out of here and restarted the map. Gotta wait that precious second. Yep, now it's November 1st. We're still good. Which now that I think about it, that's one thing that I need to try to do is fix me a place where I can make a compost pile. Because the back part of my place is wooded and it's always covered in leaves. So it'd be good to be able to clean all that up and compost it. Because buying dirt gets expensive. And I've saved a bunch of coffee cans to use as pots for starting seeds and stuff. And it would probably cost a small fortune to get enough potting soil to put in all those things. Because I've saved a bunch of them. More sleeping simulator. I'll check on the sheep again once it hits December. Might be time to Give them a little food and water. Which it should pop up and tell me whenever the little drop zone is full of wool. So whenever that's full, I'll have to move that. Great demand at farm shop. Nah, they could probably go another month. Let's see, let me check on, yeah, still about mid-green. We'll just go ahead and skip into January and then check everything again. Unless I see that pop up saying that they can't produce any more wool because the thing's full. Of course, I got my little trailer full of feed. Actually, come to think of it, I think I do have a small auto load trailer, auto load pallets. I can remember which one it is. This one for the Mahindra. It's only $3,500. Let's see. Let's change color on it just for the hell of it. Because I'm going to pull it behind the truck probably because the truck's faster. So maybe I'll make it match the truck colors. I think that's the colors I used on the truck. So that brings it up to 3,600. Sure, why not? So what I might do now that I got that trailer is I might get rid of the pallet fork that I got on the skid steer and put bale spikes on it. Although I don't really need them. Actually, as a matter of fact, I don't really need skid steer anymore. So it's time to refill that. Snow on the ground. I'll do. Oh shit! I just happened to think I still need to do another application of fertilizer. I don't know. It looks pretty dark blue to me. Let me walk over here and take a gander. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, now that I got that little auto loading trailer, I think I may just go ahead and sell the skid steer because I don't really need it for anything now. Kind of like having it just for the hell of it, but of course selling it back I won't get full price for it, but I'll get some money back anyway. Which I could possibly need it in the future. Like if I end up getting hogs or cattle or something. But I can always rebuy it if that's the case. And by that time I might have lots of money and want a different one anyway. Oh shit. I do that every time. I guess I need to move that out of the way so I don't run into it. There's y'all some hay, eat up. Close these doors. Actually, I think I'm gonna hang on to that skid steer for now because I might still need to move these out from between here for that auto load trailer to pick them up. But just in case, I'll hang on to it. Although I'm sure I could just ram them with the tractor and move them too, but let me take an outhouse break right quick, and then we'll do a little bit more sleeping simulator, and then we'll harvest sunflowers. I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Let's see. Yeah, it's still kind of pale green. If I remember right, in older versions of the game, whenever it would tell you there was a demand somewhere it would tell you what for. Though I could be wrong about that. Of course, I can always look at this. I think it tells you in here somewhere. Maybe. I don't know. Don't see anything coming up. I don't know. Of course, I never paid much attention to that anyway. I think maybe in 17 I did to an extent, but because probably 9 times out of 10 or even more than that, whatever it was they had a demand for, I didn't have, or didn't have any extra of. I needed it for something else, like animal feed or whatever. Yeah, I'm getting the capacity on the sheep there. I tell you what, let me grab the truck and the trailer. And I'll grab the 4 that are worth $750 each and sell those. Let's see, these, there was 4 of them. Move to trailer. Now they'll have 4 more slots so they can breed more. And this should bring me, what, $3,000? If my brain is doing the math correctly. That trailer's sliding around. Sale. Yep, 3,000. I'll take this trailer back home, then I'll come back and get that trailer with the truck here. So I'll have it ready for when I want to sell the wool and the honey pallets. Yeah. A little too fast for the road conditions. Now let's see how many times I spin out on the way back. Because I'm going wide the hell open. Oops, backed up a little too far. This truck's probably going to swing this trailer all over the place. Because it's meant to go behind a Mahindra side by side. If I remember right, this was a trailer I used on that first sort of playthrough that I did in Farming Simulator on stream. I used it for taking chicken eggs to sell. Back it up here next to the mower. That way I can get to it with the truck or the tractor, either one, without having to move one to get to it. That just makes me think, though, how much I wish I had a halfway decent garage and the money to get like a between a 50, I think it's 58 to 60 Ford pickup. I think they're all the same body style. I think because 57 I'm not a fan of, but I think it changed in 58 and stayed the same through 60, maybe 61. And maybe my F-250 four-wheel drive. That'd be nice. It's March 1st, so it looks like we're at least going to have to go to April. Made $330 that time on my windmill. March 5th. Got a couple more days. And I'll check it again. And got to remember to pay attention to. Nope, still ain't ready. Guess we're into May. Looks like it might only be doing 5 days now, though. But I wasn't really paying that close of attention. And I'll have to remember to check my yield to see how it compares to the others. So I think it was around 2,500 for the soybeans. It was about 37 for the canola. Yeah, it's now doing 5 days. And it's ready to harvest. Yay. Now this little tiny Jack, what the hell kind of game system is that? Hey, Alex. Okay. Yeah, got more honey. And we got almost 4 full pallets of wool. Sweet. Now, I'm not sending you anything on Discord. So please stop asking. Oh, wrong menu. Yep, they need food and water again. So I'm going to do that before I get to harvesting. Go ahead and open the back door so I can just drive through. Shit. I knew I was going to run into that damn thing sooner or later. Yeah, like I say, I'm not gonna add you as a friend on Discord. Cause I'm uh, only gonna add friends on Discord from like people I collab with or people that I'm getting artwork from or something like that. So now they topped off with food. I'll give them the water next. Drop that off. Close the doors. I'll grab the water trailer. Come on. I think before I start harvesting, I'm gonna move that damn header so I don't run into it again. I mean, it's not like it damages it or anything, but of course that means I'll probably just run into the rock, but it doesn't really matter. Oh, I didn't mean to refuel, but uh-oh, did my stream? No. Oh, things froze for a second, but it's just where I was sitting there refueling. Put this back over here. I don't want to move that header. Then we'll harvest the sunflowers and make a little money. Let's see, I'll set that there for now. I guess I could set this right there at the end of the barn, behind where I park it. Although that tree might be in the way. No, actually I don't have to turn it up in the barn. I'm just drop it right there. It'll be fine. Oh shit, backwards. That'll be fine. Now it's out of the way so I won't be running into it. Now let's see how much we get into this field. Tell you what, let me try doing it from in-cab view just for the hell of it. Because it's a little easier to kind of keep straight with this kind of header and this kind of crop. Yeah, I just like using the chase camera view. This thing seems like it's going a lot slower with this header on though. Not that it was ever a race car or anything, but I never did pay attention to what speed it went at harvesting the other stuff. It feels like it went faster, at least backing up stuff it did. Might be a little bit too much header for this harvester, but it'll have to do for now. Which sometimes what I like to do is I'll get like one harvester and just keep the cereal grain header on it, and then I'll get a separate harvester just to keep the corn header on. There's another cheap harvester I can get with a corn header on it. I might do that once I've made some more money. Tell you what, I'm gonna look right quick just to see. Go into the modded stuff here. You got this one's 23. See, that one's 120 horsepower. That one's 150. That's 220. That's 100. So they're all still kind of expensive because these two. This is the one I've got, and it's 100. That one's 120. So this one might handle the corn header a little better. And it's only 23,000. I might look at getting that one just to do sunflowers. Because I probably won't be doing corn because you don't get a lot of money out of corn. Because usually the only reason I do corn is for critter feed. This thing does not want to back up. I guess it needs a little bit smaller corn header, but I think it's this smallest one I got. Let me check. It's 4.9 meter. What's this one? 3.4. So that actually might be better. It's just a lot more expensive. So I might just struggle with it. If I turn it off, it's fine. Because it ain't bogarting the horsepower. It's looking at it, at how it's filling up. Probably gonna have a little better yield than the soybeans, but probably not as good as the canola. But we'll see when it's finished. And unfortunately, I don't quite remember exactly how much I made for the load of soybean or for the load of canola. Because at this early stage, I want to try to maximize profits as much as possible. It looks starting to look like sunflowers might just be the way to go, though. Because even though I'm not going to have quite as good a yield with the sunflowers as I did with the canola, the fact that it's worth quite a bit more money. Is going to make up the difference, and then some, I think. Because it looks like I'm only going to have a few hundred liters more of the canola than the sunflower. So yeah, sunflower is definitely the way to go. Oh, does this header not lift? I don't move. Okay. So we'll load this up and sell it. So maybe not now, but with what I get from the passive income, maybe before the next harvest, I can see if maybe I can basically trade that harvester in on a little bit bigger one. Just so it's not struggling so much with the header. So let's see how much I get from this. $7,032. So yeah, I think it's definitely better than what I got before. But I don't exactly remember, but I remember, but I think that might have been the soybean that I got like 3,000 something for. Of course, if I change to a different harvester, I might have to go with something other than Massey Ferguson. But for now, I'm just going to park this. And I think that's going to do it for me for today, because I'm getting hungry, because I ain't eating nothing but a handful of grapes so far today. And I've got a half-pound hamburger patty in the refrigerator that is calling my name. Let me go down here and make sure that I save. Yeah. Let's see here. Let me take a gander here. I might do another raid today or may not. Let's see. Who's on and what they might be doing. Yeah, I think I'll skip doing the raid today. Anyway, thanks everybody for coming by, hanging out, watching. I appreciate it. Hope y'all have a good one. Take care of yourselves, and hopefully I'll see y'all tomorrow.